を breaking the law breaking the world 壊せ切り裂けてんだね for breaking the rule 六法全書じゃ縛れない波乱分子さ振り上げた握り拳が俺たちのジャッジメント愛さえも知らない不良品の野良犬さだけど血や金じゃ餌付けはできないぜ傷ついて傷ついて全て失っちまっても染まっちゃならねえそれこそが Justice を breaking the law breaking the world 壊せ切り裂けてんだね for breaking the rule 俺ら遺産や懐かない波乱分子さ振り上げろ握り拳を俺たちはそうさ俺たちがジャッジメントジャッジメント
Good day. Yeah, I was doing a bunch of testing. Multi-stream stuff, you know how it is. Trying to make it as streamlined as possible. Make it so I don't have to open as many things, don't have to remember to do as much stuff. Make it as simple as possible. I don't want to have to open OBS and open another program to get a chat that has both things, and another program to like get all the notifications from both things, and it's like that. The whole thing. But I've just downloaded Restream, which is a chat window that I can put directly into OBS that just has it all in there. So that's nice. I only have to open OBS and Spotify on the streaming PC then. At some point I would like to get it so the chat appears on the screen. So that if someone types in the YouTube chat, then everyone can see it. So that I'm not just like randomly responding to a person that you can't even see. That'd be the idea. Multi-stream. Multi-stream. Pretty sure I just got a bunch of achievements for stuff I haven't done yet. Oh yes, we're here. Lady Theodora is dead.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads. Over here.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
That was quite the scream.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I will say nothing.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto-pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Examine the Arch-Militant's body. An auto-pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of its skull. The safety of the Arch-Militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Inspect the shards by the desk. Oh, back we go. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. On closer examination, the shards appear iridescent, rather than completely transparent. As if they had been submerged in promethium. Broad term for a combustible fuel. Adira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Adira herself. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC. and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Or if Imperium succeeded. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valencia signed it with the seal of one of the holy ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium, that relentlessly hunt heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. We had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more. No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Murder scene looks like something caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, hello.
The whispers are getting louder.
Show them no mercy.
You... Actually, you know what? You two swap places. Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what % of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. Type of armor also influences the chance that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance of an enemy attack. A character in light armor dodges more often. It takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces the mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. So I'm assuming this guy's got medium armor though. Shit, 80%? That's like heavy armor. Oh no, it's cause... Wait, equipment 0. Guess it's just cause he's a machine. Oh, it's gonna do like no damage to him.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
He is absorbing like 80% damage.
It will be done.
On it.
Enemies status. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Right click on them to go see it.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Huge. That will hit. Oh, lovely.
I know what is to come. That is not my destiny.
Target
I'm not so sure.
is under the effect or condition.
No can do. Will do.
Oh, it's got a melter, right? You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character and their companions and enemies are recorded in the combat log.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
So in theory this, because I think this, does this go past armor? I think it does.
Was that you? Or
Oh, he is on 1 HP. Death. Nice, that's another level up.
I always have a backup plan.
Grace of the Oblivious. The wearer grants +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Don't think... I think I might need a plas pistol, maybe. Any one of us have intelligence worse than 35? Yes, I do. In fact, we, like, all do. So am I picking one of these, or do I get both of these? The soldier gains 3 plus agility bonus. Percentage critical hit chance. 3 plus agility bonus. So what, 38? 38% increased critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Well, that seems nuts. I'm like always going to be in cover. Well, ideally. Yeah, it seems insane. Gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's fire rate, minimum 2, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, first attack against the new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads their current weapon.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
So is that a passive then? I don't actually activate that. Yeah, okay, so I just get to make a number of extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire. Minimum of 2. Instead of the equipped, of your equipped weapons. Using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. Oh, just the standard attack. Like, you can't do the spraying. I see what that's saying, I think. These attacks do not spend AP. Till the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. Soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. I'm struggling to see how this works with a passive. Is it when I make those extra hits, I just immediately reload my gun? Oh, though this is an ultimate ability. Oh, it's not a passive. That's whenever the heroism thing goes up and you can activate that and just keep shooting. That makes a lot more sense. Warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains plus agility bonus movement points until the end of the turn. They don't lose movement points after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee attacks this turn. Okay, so that's just a fucking run around, chop everyone to fucking pieces. Toughness bonus. Okay, so say in a round I get hit by 4 people. That means I would get 4 temporary wounds? That doesn't seem that great. Unless there's ways to build that up more. Warrior deals an additional agility bonus damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. Warrior gains +1 damage deflection. Okay, so that just means if I get shot by a gun that does 4, now instantly the damage just goes down to 3, and then 30% of that damage is taken off. That seems like a really good tanking skill. The parry chance is increased by 25% of the warrior's total armor. That just seems pretty great. It's a great tanking one, yeah. Dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Till the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a minus 30% penalty to dodge and minus 30% penalty to armor. Okay, that's a pretty strong, like, you're fighting a boss and you're just like, okay, I wanna fuck up that boss. Expose weakness causes 0 AP, so you can just do it all the time. Seems good. Just always being able to do it. And she's got the same one that I'm gonna have. I think that one could be good because she likes to use the multi-attack with her. A lot of the times in the first go, she could be hitting multiple, like 3 enemies. Like, I've already had that happen a few times. Yeah. You can have that for now. Oh, you already have a side bit anyway. So what have you got that lets you use Medicae? Interesting. Wait, that's me. What the hell? I swear I was selecting her. Oh, because she has field medic from Origins.
Let us know, dawdle. Is there money to be made?
Every vision. I'm at the Bruges.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Elderthrad, who's clutching a bleeding wound in his chest, gives you a tormented look. Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity to give our lives to the rogue traitor. She is dead. God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead? The ship has lost her Lord Captain and the house its head. Elderthrad shudders and grabs his shoulder. As you watch the sleeve of his jacket burst open, the two bone growths pierce through the fabric. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing here, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. Hydira looks anxiously at Elderthrad, then glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communications between the bridge and the navigator's sanctum. Elderthrad stares at you and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more, and we have no right to bow our heads. This is a Zinch man if I've ever seen it. You can see Kunrad Voitvir clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with the dark drops that seem to have pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time. Elderthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Elderthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. See, Elderthrad, that complicates things. Elderthrad lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm, and farewell. Accursed traitor, a time has come. You will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death. Oh, he didn't know about it. What? Theodora is dead? Voitvir stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Okay, I'll spawn.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Momentum. To use the unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of the party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. A high momentum value allows a character to use a Heroic Act. A low value grants access to Desperate Measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of the battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in single combat. He is in there. Enemy status. You encounter enemies with various abilities. Yes. %0 chance to hit it. fuck it, we ball.
Here's my perfect moment. I'll make it happen. Never stood a chance. It's as good as done. I'll make it happen. I refuse.
Okay, so that let me make, yeah, a bunch of extra ones revolving around this thing's rate of fire. So I was able to make 4 extra attacks there.
Who, if not me? Your end was inevitable.
Sick.
I'll see to it personally.
Okay. So now any enemies that are next to... What else do I have this? Yeah. There's a lot of synergy happening immediately, like right at the door.
That is not my destiny.
No line of sight to the target. Are you
There
sure
is
about that?
movement in the Empyrean. On it. Anything else?
High momentum.
So I believe I can't friendly fire right now.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
Oh. So what's this thing's rate of fire? 4. So I get to make 4 extra attacks with this.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Hear my Emperor.
It's because its dodge chance is 25%. Is that why this is struggling to hit?
I'll do it.
Okay.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Will rule the stars themselves.
He's gonna be able to hit like... Yeah, just swing like 4 times here.
I will do my duty. It will be done. Indeed.
I was gonna say if he gets the kill, it'd be so funny. Take it down.
It's as good as done.
Oh no, I used my stacks there of never stop
I'll
shooting.
make it happen.
Blade shard. Blade made from a mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colors. Warp metal. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus to damage. Damn. Pretty sure I'm iconoclast. But he's the tank, so he's the one that's most likely to go down, if anyone, first. We may as well get a damage buff off of that. Another level up. Okay. That's because I already have that. The first reload of combat not costing anything could be good. That's also kind of boring. I'm also assuming adjacent means 1 tile over. Better cover's good. Get shot less. That seems... combine that with this. Yeah. Enemies suffer a -10% penalty to their hit chance with ranged attacks, including area attacks against the warrior, for every enemy in a 1-cell radius around the warrior. You'll get surrounded by melee guys, and the ranged guys have a hard time hitting you. Oh, give me 1 sec. Desolation seems like it's good. No, it doesn't seem like often you get enemies that are just standing next to each other. A whole lot, anyway. Yeah, let's make them tougher. Her perception's good. Let's keep that moving up. But then again, my perception, I think, is also good. You can have intelligence. Suddenly, this is a lot of stuff. What do Psyker staffs? I guess Psyker staffs just hit, so like his lightning arc, is it like based off willpower? Power level affects the damage of this power. Power level. All psychic powers used by this character have 5% chance to trigger powers of the warp when are resolved. As if the Psycho Cyber rating was 1+1 higher. Okay. Today I learned that every time I use an ability with her, there's a 5% chance that we might just summon demons. But where's power level? Is that meaning willpower? It does say +5, or does that mean that weapon's just giving +5 willpower? Yeah, the staff is giving that. There are so many talents. Holy shit. That could be good. Especially with the amount of lightning should be zapping about. Also, I'm wondering, enemies that become targets of Psyker's psychic powers. Does that just mean any power that a Psyker uses? Like, is the weakness ability, is that one? I'm assuming not. Oh, I remember hearing about these. These are important. You need to get these when they become available. Excuse me. Ooh, increase range just? That might just be good. You know, just a nice simple one. I have a range of 2 or more cells, which is like all of them so far. Have the range increased by perception bonus. +4 then. So 4 extra cells of distance. I mean, that seems pretty good. You'd be able to stay very safe. Fuck it, yeah, just go for that. There's a lot of talents, holy shit. Just better cover as well for her. Seems good to me.
Keep your wits about you. I always keep my options open.
Where be the Master Helmsman? Ah, there we go.
There.
Ravor, Master Helmsman, system status report. Oh, look at this guy. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry we'll be scrubbing off the vid screens for throne knows how long. Need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum as our only chance to escaping the warp. Words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear something, someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum, ready the crew, prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before returning to you. Red Eyes, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You're the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take your place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. Like, I can still ask this. How'd your people survive here? Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them. But it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, then I prayed for our rescue. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officer to report. Bah, blasted all the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up on the throne. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry, every second we waste is a terrible risk. I'm ready. Theodora. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It's taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all horrors of the warp. Here are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own. So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all the voices are the myriad of manifestations of the same call that finally invaded your mind. You're to blame for Theodora's death? The vision let out a cawing laugh. I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph, for this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate. Yeah, that sounds like Tzeentch. It'd be really funny if you could just be like, yeah, Tzeentch, I know it's you, come on, no one else talks like that. Your head begins to spin and vicious drops slither down your cheeks. You blink and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voitvir. Just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you, on the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World. I see you on my side on that day, the day of resurrection. One sec, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I made a poor choice not having a drink for this. The image is scattered by invisible sorceress winds, and you see Idira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. A thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, a thread that will help you find the keys to salvation, a thread that will guide you in the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes, a flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn, the thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. So maybe it's like a Lord of Change. Maybe it's not Tzeentch himself. But of Tzeentchian origin. Trevor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is sitting next to you. Seneschal, the Navigator Sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means the Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of who died this day. Trevor does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
Oh, I'm taking it.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord! It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. In my apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless. But victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members.
Subtitles, hello.
Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. What the fuck was that? Can't help but notice the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation begins an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have been held by the deputy. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. Now the deck clans are deciding who will take over leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given their informant on board was our very own Master of Whispers. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly again takes a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system you're currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honour of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voitvir? No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will come some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants to the far end of the magnificent chamber. You found a consumable item. Grenades, stimulants, and... oh, never mind. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you've been granted an honour. Lord Captain Red Eyes von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you should introduce those present, Abelard. Yawn, I haven't the time to be listening to every last officer in this hulking rig. Abelard, give me a, what are the major, a precis? Precus? Precis? Perhaps you'd introduce, those present. As you wish, your lordship. Bigdis Suri Ota of the Tulliman line, our new Voxmaster. Damn. Voxmaster Vigdis. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and sanctioned chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Bearded man with a pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factumum Janrus Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Look at this dude. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance involving the complicated manipulation of all text priests. Mechadendrites? A tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically attached to the spine. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Wise, head of the Astropath section is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Wise has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voitvir's treachery. I'll deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as I am possible to do so. Man, it's so easy to get tongue-tied at reading fucking Warhammer dialogue. There's so many just fucking crazy words. Abelard. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Faisal Nalzi. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report all the fires across the decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties have been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum. What have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of our losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. May be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, that the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. New quest. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors of his planets. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. Zira Talar. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah. But its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging. Oh, I'm fucking struggling with that word so hard. Its sorrow and anger. With sorrow, I must also report that the Enginseer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate these Team Drive Master's words? No, I get it. I get it. I see you, thank you. The ship requires a new engineer. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Enginseer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle, we'll have no way out of the system. If we try to set as much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. What is that? An ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allowed them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the Immaterium. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located an navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for your such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to your salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming as long as the Prometheum and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all the pent-up emotions are rushing out of them. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence. The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Ablar's roar. Forcers, seize this mutiny. Consumables. Sure. Fucking punched him. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, it's not bad at all. Your Lordship, I do humbly apologise on behalf of the entire crew. What would it have us do with this Master of Ordnance, the former Master of Ordnance, I should say, besides find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Execute him. I mean, man's panicking, thinks he's gonna die. We'll let him away with a little outburst and he'll be like, oh, this guy's sick as fuck. You know, once he calms down, he'll be like, oh, this dude let me live. No one lets you live in fucking Warhammer. I'm gonna follow this guy to the end. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your snivelling, you disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough, the hysterics are over, let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. See? Oh, he gets it. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and we require a new engineer, engine seer prime, and navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that we will not be at the end of our trials. The ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Tulliman? We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken under the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and the Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails, but what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station to find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing, confidential matter of utmost importance. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret mission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Acronis Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. Are you referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs van Kalox. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, and we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis, Nobilite, or the Governor of Rekid Manoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under the mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak to me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over the assembled. One-word boat bursts from her lips. Daybreak. That's what the demon said. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it. Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. For your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is. No matter how hard I try, a single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? Because it has to be dark before the daybreak. Come on. We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Thlas? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions. I'm sure you will benefit from them as well. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Sick. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? So, I can't remember how this works. So I think I need to roll a 25 or under. Or sorry, a 24 or under. I think it's 75% chance to fail, not 75% chance to succeed. Sick. To succeed on a skill check, all you have to do is roll below your skill score. So with that being 40... no, still don't get it. Okay, if the skill check is deemed easy by the game, it might get a plus 30 modifier. And then plus your skill. They add together, and then you have to roll under that. So I actually have a really good chance of rolling under this then. So I would have to roll under 75. Nice. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the ship. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Nice. Buddy Master Helmsman. Lord Captain Master Helmsman Ravo at your service. You are Voidborn, are you not? That I am. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, and my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by Lowerhold scum. They spread the young'uns, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me. So I escaped into the crawlways, and then I spent months picking them off, one after the other. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm Voidborn. You can finish your story. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Oh, okay. Each and every one. Take generous Danrock, the highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Seneschal, and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster. Another Ptolemy, like the last one. Void rest him is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post, said the Vox systems were damaged and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the COGS reports with the power of my mind? First Officer Wasarian. Can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void. He puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have to have words a few times before he left me alone. I think the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. Then there's that woman, what's her name? Tlass. Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that witch was delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want the walking calamity on their ship. But some would disagree. They say she's friends with the young Ptolemy, you know? Or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? What kind of question is that? Like you, Lady Theodora before you? Where would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? Huh. I don't want to die just yet. Argenta, she wanted to talk to me.
Rogue trader.
You said you had a personal request.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
Oh, yeah, you make me fucking read this one. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their post until the bitter end. I know what customary practices there are for cases like this in the Von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans? Yeah. We're going right now. Motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on the pups. It's hardly the Scala Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader, House von Valancius. They can just look at me, it's fine. This seems patronizing, but I guess they aren't kids, so... The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who remains close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches. Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes like she wants them both to calm him and scold him. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. Doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on the ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. Hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign. The servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal became prepared for any contingency. They're just tossing them at them. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a great few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Oh, Asarian's his surname on the crew, the helmsman was talking about. Alright, I think Argenta had more to talk about. She's a companion, so there's probably a bunch we can get into here.
Greetings.
I already know about the Adeptus Sororitas. Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Right. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly.
Oh, it's
There are
voiced.
none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am, talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Sorry, what's it? Oh, Scannis, I didn't see your hot streak thing. That, okay, I'm now learning that that does not pop up. Oh shit, that was like an hour ago too. My bad. Absolutely done. Yeah, that doesn't show up in this chat for some reason. Why does it not do that? Sorry, let me look into that one sec. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. But that doesn't actually pop up there. I guess I could do... Let's see, I could do this. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a band-aid solution to that. And this is the problem with multi-streaming, is all like the nuance stuff between the two chats is lost. Like, yeah, you can just get the messages like sort of combined, but you lose the stuff like the stream streak stuff and all that sort of shit.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics, nor the most wicked Death World can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Oh, be back 1 sec. Turn back. Good day, Dawn. Got both Monster Hunters installed. Actually went on and played a little bit of Monster Hunter World earlier to see if I could familiarize myself with the controls, and I was shocked how quickly it all came back to me. I think what I'd like to do is, yeah, finish off the world stuff, and then I'd like to start a new character in Rise. Oh, he's down. Having a clue where I am in world though, like how close I am to like that new stuff, I've no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trained
Yeah,
sisters
completed
to march
Iceborne.
onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually
Yeah, I did
quite
absolutely
short,
everything
the last word
from
being a
Iceborne.
bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers
At least
of
I'm pretty
the
sure.
Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belonged to the Calixan branch of your order. What brought you to the Cronus Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Cronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
Machinations. What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Did you do all the modified versions of each of the bosses? I have no clue. That doesn't sound familiar. Acidic Glavenus sounds familiar. I don't know about Ebony Odogaron. Maybe I did some of them. Maybe that's where I stopped. Savage Devilho sounds familiar as well. I think I have an acidic Glavenus weapon. You mentioned making a mistake.
It happened happens, even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Yeah, I remember fighting Rajang. We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the Von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistic systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship.
So, whenever I was on earlier, I got a purple quest, which was a special assignment to go fight an Elatrion. Assuming it's part of that.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place.
Yeah, I can imagine Vitalis' armor
I'm glad
looking
we all
pretty
made it
sick.
through
I don't
that
think I've
dark
seen it,
hour.
but...
May the day that follows be bright.
One sec, I want to try, I want to try downloading this Restream multi-chat thing. Yeah, I never really cared much about the Kulve Taroth stuff, if I'm being honest. I just didn't really care for, like, the type of mission it is. Decent fight. The final of it's good. Maybe, maybe. Meal body beta plus Vitalis armor is your armor. Oh yeah, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I think the armor I was using for most things was can't remember its name. It's the big lion thing. But then I would put the skin over it of fuck, what's his name? I can't remember any of the fucking names. The dude down in like the fucking toxic bottom area. He's like one of the elder dragons. He's all about like fucking decay and shit. His armor. Valhazak, yeah, that's him. Not sure. Not sure. It's been so long. It's been so long. Can you do me a favor and redeem like the rate out of 10 channel point thing? Just want to see if that pops up in this chat. That's funny. It doesn't show that you've redeemed anything. It just is you saying eggs. Why would they do that? That armor's sick though. I have not seen that armor. Or at least I have not got that armor. Can you redeem the rate something again one more time? I've got another multi-chat thing that I want to see if it pops up in this one. This one does the opposite. It shows that you redeemed it, but doesn't show what you typed. The fuck's the point in that? Hey, there's Walshy. Who's that guy? It's so weird. Oh well, as long as I keep the Twitch chat up as well, I guess. But it's kind of annoying to have to do that, but still. Don. Well, sure, we're gonna play Monster Hunter World again. We're talking about finishing the stuff that we never finished, like doing Fatalis and shit. And then starting fresh on Rise. Because Dawn hasn't really played Rise. Thoughts? Opinions? Seeing that, seeing the Monster Hunter Wilds reveal just was like, oh, I want to play Monster Hunter again so bad. I went on Monster Hunter World earlier today just to like fuck about with the weapons, and it was all coming back to me. Well, I think we have a few monsters we need to do before we get to Fatalis. I don't think we're right at them. Yeah, sure, sure.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew. Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader.
More than 30 FPS now.
Thank you.
Jesus, it has been a while, hasn't
Both
it?
for your words and your hospitality.
Abelard.
Lord Captain,
Are you playing tonight? Don't know if we really set like a time or date or anything. I mean, I'm down to play it whenever. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as Rogue Trader.
a noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
One sec, I'm gonna try and do something here. Why is that a blue box? Fuck that. See how this looks. Right, I think that looks fine. Alright, if we do a little test. How does that look on stream? Look fine? Readable? Like a smidge bigger. There we go. If everything's as I think it is, should be able to see everything from all chats. Just in OBS. That'd be so nice.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse has considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Here are the main players you need to be aware of.
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chora. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know Lord
Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, a used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
The way you were talking about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my
CRPG.
children express any eagerness or aptitude for
Pillars of
serving
Eternity,
Prince.
Pathfinder, Baldur's
I would
Gate.
hardly have insisted that they follow in my
But
footsteps.
Warhammer. The first Warhammer CRPG. Thank you, I have no more questions.
Of course.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
I must take my leave.
Lord Captain.
Well, I got myself some quarters. It's the fucking pompous asshole. Let's talk to him. Greetings, your lordship. Janus Danrock at your service. Why have I got so much to talk to you about? How'd you come to serve the Von Valancius dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me, and they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing the risk losing their head should they slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora is one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed.
You want me to give Janus a noble voice? I think he'd sound like this. Oh no, that's a tricky question, your lordship. You ask that of everyone. Knowing the risk they're losing their head should they slip a careless remark about your predecessor. I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring, always profitable.
He's our inventory man. He is selling things. He has probably sold scrap iron in his lifetime. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members.
Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you and I'll endeavour to be as honest as possible.
Tell me what you think of Seneschal Abelard Wissarion.
Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Wissarion to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but results are impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and the experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something.
You know who I sound like? It's like fucking... Conk. What's her name? Conk on Earth. Philomena Conk, yeah. It's kind of like, I'm doing like a fucking male version of her. I'm not doing it the whole time. I'm not doing it the whole time. My voice is already fucking going enough. Philomena and a salad finger spinner.
I love the feeling of rust against my salad fingers.
I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Ooh, damn, brutal. Although he would be able to at least do some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines after all. Just sounds like Wacko from the Animaniacs thing. I love the feeling of rust against my salad fingers. That sounds like Wacko. In my family, we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. I feel like everyone wants to hate Tolman. I had no idea they had a new show. Who's to me? Yeah, I did. Rayman was like a former news broadcaster and he got replaced by AI, so he fucking turned to fucking drugs and swore revenge. Tech priest named Opticon 22. That's a transformer. Fellowship of the Void. Pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Ryza Calvaria speaks for the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amescus on Footfall is rumoured to be her favourite haunt. To bolster my oh, this is the guy you can hire like mercenaries. If you don't like your followers, you can hire your own ones. Should I show you to the sparring chambers? Oh, respec. Nice. Cool, cool. So the pompous assholes are respec guy for some reason as well. Idira. The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Idira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about the first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
Understandable. What did you do before you came on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
How'd you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawked at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amasek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy. Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
Sounds like heresy must be exterminated. Well, this is my fucking rogue trader ship, and I say heresy's all out. And I'm a rogue trader, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. If I want some heresy, I'll have some heresy. How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
Alright. That's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your color begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Okay.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison.
Dawn?
Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Okay.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
What's over here? Can't go check out the rest of my ship yet. Let's go see my quarters. It's so well that I don't have to see it. A game of regicide is interrupted. Oh. What was Regicide like a Warhammer tabletop thing? Or something? Oh, an actual like chess remake with 40k stuff. You know what, I think I've seen that. That sounds familiar, but I always just assumed it was just chess with 40k pieces. Maybe that is what I saw. It's not Regicide. Got ourselves a nice vault here. Shrine of Remembrance. It was chess where units had powers, or you could just play like chessmen. So I could shoot someone with a gun, or I couldn't. Is what you're telling me. Cornus Expanse map. Let's see it. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader take place in the vast region of space known as the Cornus Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You'll find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the Expanse. What you see before you is the map of one such system. Good picture here. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest and left mouse button to initiate the event. That's me. And this was a really confusing interface when I first looked at it here. Oh shit, that just moves. Left clicking just moves. Let's go get our navigator guide. Which ship needs a new navigator? One may be found at the Navis Nobilite station. Be a wee bit too late for party animals, I think, Don. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Urak 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of the interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static in Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply, even when an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Rogue Trader needs to recruit a new navigator, but the Navis Noblite Heralds are not responding, and something strange is happening on the Void Station. Begin the scan. Beep boop. Beep. Added to Worlds of the Expanse. Extract them? We're going in.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master? It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Robutagulom just subscribed. Northern_Dawn gifted a tier 1 sub to Robutagulom. They have given 61 gift subs in the channel.
You have lost this battle.
Welcome, Robot Girly Man. Matches will be consigned to oblivion. Hello. We're here now. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Felic Orcelio. But also thank you, Don, for gifting the sub to Robot Girly Man. I'm sure he will love it here. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lower lid of the middle of his forehead. Step back or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you, Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Red Eyes von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Cronus Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the Noblite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the, unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There is a dangerous glint in the man's dark, shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traders. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk 5 is a holy sanctum of House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. Pains me to say you're not on the guest list. What is happening on the station? Where do those corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Noblite. You don't think. I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Uruk 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia. Cassia? And are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Take him by force. I do not care about your mistress. I am looking for a navigator and you will do. Just take him. Or just, your words are rife with disrespect and I will not tolerate it. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet, Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, noses blood and winces in pain. Yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chamber, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orsilio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use. Unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you? You came to the station for a reason. House Orsilio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we can reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the power of our navigators. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit could serve the house in its time of need. Fateful hour is upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just ensure the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it is so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who'd overtook the station. They will not negotiate, and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to the brute strength, which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of the Von Valancius line? I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orsilio sign a contract with my protectorate. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Restart the elevator.
I always have a backup plan. Is there money to be made? I always get
Corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. Faces are twisted in pain, hands are fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery.
Keep your wits about you.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Experience.
What do we have here?
Traps.
I better myself.
There's a trap ahead. Order your character to disable it. If a character enters a trapped area or fails the test of disarmament, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within its area of effect. Sometimes you will see a trap marked with a red area and a connected dotted line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. Hover your cursor over the mechanism if the cursor changes the trap icon. If you have your entire party selected, the character with the highest relevant skill score will go to disarm the trap. If a trap is marked with a red area without a dotted line, simply approach the trap and click on it to disarm.
This could be an opportunity.
Duty prevails.
Demolition test. What is her demolitions? 60. She's quite good at blowing things up.
Over.
Most of those unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Cast your eye there.
Oh.
Make an example out of you.
For the Emperor!
Fight time, I guess. Unquestionable.
You never stood a chance.
Huge. Huge. Ow.
Duty prevails!
He doesn't really use guns. Sick. Healing. And I got fucked up. I'm in the good cover too. I hope those guys can't. No, they can't. Yeah, you just walk away.
Who if not me?
Kind of hard to tell what the range on this is, because it kind of seems like it's this red line, but I can hit these guys, I think? Oh, no, I can't. How could I hit them the first time? I guess I was just in.
But of course, be gone. Will do.
Abelard do not give a fuck.
A tactically sound approach.
Can't reach him. Can't make it, man. Oh, I forgot about that guy. Nice shot. Look at this dude. How is he in cover from? Oh, that counts as cover. Never mind.
As the
Should've-
Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Bolter.
Just a minor setback.
He just team killed that guy. Abelard's actually just invincible in this fight, right? Fuck it, take the
I'll
shot.
make it happen.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Huge chop and kill this bitch.
At your beck and my ears are ringing.
You actually hit me.
Mere pain won't stop me.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Can't see him at all up there, can you? Oh, you can hit with that. Just make him go pop. Kill this man.
Follow my lead. I took care of this one.
Lovely work, everyone. Let's get to looting. Mutated flash sample. Meteorite chunk. Ripper auto pistol. You can have that, I guess. I wonder if I should put a gun into that hand instead, so he can run around like this. Probably. It's like a better use of his talents. Ooh. I don't think there's a weight limit on carrying stuff, which I'm really, really happy about. Yeah, probably better that she dodges. Yeah. Don't she have much use for them? I like when you are carrying something in your inventory that you have more than what your like whole team could use. It just defaults to putting it in the storage, which is nice. At least I think that's how that's working. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor, well, you are a strapping lad, you will probably make it for a cycle or three. It is mourned on better men than me. What is even the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our Iho. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a decompressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Like that fish eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. Huh. That seems like that's sort of hinting that Felix might be behind what happened here. This library is full of treatises, distinguished scholars of the Imperium. Navigator statue looks pristine and new.
I always keep my options open.
Pontius Sisyphus Galasius on the training of the worthy servants of the court of the Navis Nobilite. Good Major Domo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. Lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds into from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and garments are clean. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it. Before serving it to their mistress, a faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. It total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. A faithful servant just keeps going.
Let us not dawdle.
What a flak chess pieces.
Just as I planned.
Statue of the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent, 23rd year of the millennium. Original. 23rd. Data crypt.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
That was close.
The Emperor favors me today.
Navigator flash sample.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
In his service will they find strength and fortitude. Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
I always have a backup plan.
See that?
Oh yeah, we have to go into the other room to turn that off.
The whispers told me how.
Keep your wits about you.
Don't I have something on me that's helping with tech use? Yeah. She should have that.
Is there money to be made?
Never doubt me.
What's going on in here?
I always keep my options open.
You hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. I see you're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? Hello? He just shot at me and then died.
Let us not dawdle.
A lot of doorways. Research notes of Lavis Laboratorium Custodian Fortuna Orselio Part 13. Alright.
The premonition runs true.
I always have a backup plan.
That wasn't so difficult.
Ooh, Carapace. Long last. Yes. Give me the long last. Still the same armor, but no dodge penalty.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Oh, hello. What's that? For some reason, the arch enemy's twisted influence has found its way onto the station. Juve.
Keep your wits about you.
Picking the Cogitator spirit. Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cranks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the scattered mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. Cracked vid screen on the sacred engine flickers. Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate around them. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator system. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Felic or Celio, location alive. Theobald or Celio, upper chambers alive. All other ones dead. The child location upper chambers. Biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress levels exceeds the permissible limit. Status unknown error. Attention. Calming procedures advised. Attention. Upper chambers inaccessible. Error. The control rod is not present. If the control rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper. Examine the log. Archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. Vox report 12AH 890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off in the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the God Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterskill Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was sent in the first place. Our rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. Recent entries of the incident log. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. The negotiations with the Winterskills were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. So, child warp influence caused people to kill themselves. Someone was working on a thing to potentially stop that. Data expunged. Station's docking log. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto or Celio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Classified. Examine the security and life support logs. Warning, damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. View the encrypted data. So, the difficulty modifier of this is 25. Plus my skill. This is probably like a medium one. Or like an in-between easy and medium. Break through the Machine Guardian's defenses. Succeeded. You easily bypassed the restrictions imposed on the Sacred Machine. The Cogitators overloaded processors were unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the Purge Protocol. Recovery isn't possible, but a list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine's spirit's consciousness now floats across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, picked, flow, disable access code and all station controls, delete archive shuttle, self-destruct, purge command log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security team had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, neither had I. Could it be that? Call Rakab Minoris. Switch to the main chamber controls. Data corrupted. Nice. In elevator controls. Activate.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
+5 to persuasion. Say it no more. Give me them gloves.
I won't compromise my principles. I always keep my options open.
Why am I getting chaos right now? What's happening?
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, the irony.
Someone disrupted this in the most brutal fashion. It's impossible to determine what was inside. You failed. Extensive reagent sears your nostrils and broken glass crunched underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. Flash sample. Psi crystal. See Cassia's Medicaid? What's happening? They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Something's going on here. Research notes, part 12. Okay, don't use acid. Laboratory journal. They said mutated flesh is good. Do not use acid. I don't have a reagent flask.
What a peculiar thing.
What did I do? Oh, that'll be this. Turn on the device. I'll see if I can get something out of this. You completed the prologue. You visited all the systems in the Cronus Expanse. I definitely didn't do that. Got the achievement though. Oh, is it gonna keep them in there? Not gonna let me swap them out?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Very sad.
Is there money to be made?
What loot did I miss? Thought I came back. Bonus willpower. That's like insane for her.
Keep your wits about you.
Unexpected result.
I feel like Rogelio looks a bit better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales of his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation note as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost the mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Vogue trader slay. I don't know why that reminded me of that one fucking video that's like pulling girls' hair, but I'm gay, so it's fine. And it's like, you bitch, get away from my locker. And just the violent pull of the hair for like the last frame. If you know the one. So funny. You bitch, get away from my locker. Tell me more, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? Who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are giggling nastily. They do not speak the odd little things. They say that tearing of masks is your concern. Thank you, everything is clear now. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station. Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The child is what the station servants called Lady Cassia. But the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they're still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared raise their hand against the scions of the noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by the closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttle, shutting off power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there are 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Urak 5, our noble line. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time. Could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after. Or, you dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is left? By the God Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's captains. You were very lenient toward them, purposely neglecting their security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing. Enough lies, Philip. I am certain that you're the one behind this coup. I suppose it's time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this whole time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster? The accursed child who has tormented the Navigator's house of Orselio for years. Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. Look, you're obviously quite mistaken. I came here to get myself a navigator, nothing more. You do not? In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception of my earlier behavior. I had no intentions of making an enemy of the Von Valancius heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monsters lurk in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence in our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orselio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant. But it is not her relation to Tisiphone that is terrifying. It is a monster whose power drives servant insane in mere turns. There's a child who can kill a navigator from the Serial bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly rid you of this burden. You do not understand, this is... You are correct, this may work, it certainly is possible. You're going to need this charm. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You will be able to take her and leave the station. Glowing stone. Okay, so I managed to get my way up here without having to fight him.
Let us not dawdle.
pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Oh, nice. You're enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Mira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, 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 as my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness, then lowers her head. Her white hair veils her face. I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Is someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Proud. I thought that said proudly, so pointedly, so. Red Eyes von Valancius, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Anise settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners. Did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Urselio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia. Where are you, sacred child? Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move and you will bring the wrath of House Urselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain, this one's so deranged it's making the Whisper shriek like crazy. You might just open up that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Just die. At present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Urak 5. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service, so who are you? Red Eyes von Valancius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Urselio and I ask the service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for your future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of the house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Urselio. They call me dangerous with my witchcraft. I want to know what happened between you and Felix. Felak is my wayward student. He came to Urak 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of the house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators? Is that like a navigator? This is when Urselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. A foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose, whose side are you on? A murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house? You look frightening. The fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You were not supposed to see me, or Felak, or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. What service do you ask of me? Save the sacred child, take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the muted blood briskly away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh and his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Urselio, in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your weight, worth your effort. I know we came here for Navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You're talking as though you expect to die here. My service to the house is coming to an end. I heard if you hit Alt F4, go to Steam, load up finals, play 3 rounds, then you get a full set of epic loot in Rogue Trader. Don, that's the most evil thing you've ever tried to get me to do. Why would you do that? Do that to me. Fletchman over here, I'm dying, praise the throne, slowly enough that it was a child taken care of. I'm gonna finish this quest and then I'm like done streaming, so let's see what time it is. There may be time for some finals. You need help, there's a Medicaid deck on my ship. No, I'm the keeper of Urak 5 and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to.
Play the finals 12312312331 just subscribed. Northern_Dawn gifted a tier 1 sub to play the finals 12312312331. They have given 62 gift subs in the channel.
Why did it say the name twice? That was just annoying. But also thank you. But also why the fuck is that person called play the finals 12312312331? How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice, trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. Felix said that the child is a monster, a legacy of tyranny that must be wiped out. You believe him? After everything he has done to the station, Felix only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature on this entire station. I believe I've made my decision. Felix is a true monster. Let's do away with him together. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Orselio's heir will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix Navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. As if the painting were rendered by several different hands, the timid uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. And no one appears to be living in the cage. Somebody's still stuffed the fresh fruit.
I always have a backup plan.
A little level up here. Very nice. Give me the goods. More ballistic skill, more gun. Choose an ability. The soldier immediately dashes in the selected direction, spending all their movement points. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity. A rare Mayday appearance to ban Walshy. As much as I enjoy the randomness of the current situation, I'm gonna have to say no on that one. This time. This time. Next time he's on thin ice, you know, give you a shot. How about a timeout indefinitely? You can time them out for 60 seconds. Don wants you to play the finals, I think. He really does. Yeah, just seen that 600 seconds there, yeah. Just a little typo. Sorry, give me one sec here.
says STR8 Rip in Meowhole just subscribed. Northern_Dawn gifted a tier 1 sub to Wolshi is STR8 Rip in Meowhole. They have given 63 gift subs in the channel.
Did you just go and make that account? So there is someone out there just called Walshy is straight ripping my asshole. Control shot's kind of interesting. It's a fuck dog, what the hell? Kind of like controlled shot, because then Then don't have to worry about people being near enemies. Kinda neat. Halo while she got some hitters. The warrior marks a target gaining toughness bonus or gaining armor. So that target, if the target attacks a warrior during the turn, the warrior. Good. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return. So big hit, but they get a free hit back if they live. I kind of like this one. Fish, what the fuck are you saying right now? What's happening to you? Oh, you're a 40k nerd? Oh, wow. Got another talent. So many of these. Look at all these fucking talents. There's so many. Fish, because you know so much about Psychers, what would you do here? I would blow up. Blow up and then use a sail. Very nice. Intelligence? Yeah, you can have intelligence, yeah. I go Super Saiyan. Or ballistic skill, because we love ballistic skill. Controlled shot, be really good for her. Lovely.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
It's time. Calm. That shot did literally no damage. He's just fine. Okay, we got a bunch on the right, got a bunch on the left, and we got Billy Boy here in the front. If I put you there, you could just lightning them. That would be really cool. That'd be very poggers, actually. You get over there and start distracting. Go there. They're good. That is the weakness thing, isn't it? Exploit, yes, that's the one. Oh. Not sure what you just did to that man, but... $13 to 18, so about the same. How can I hit those guys? Is that gonna hit both? Is that collapse?
This as good as done.
Oh, it missed the first one, but I hit the one in the back. Alright, just gun him down. Start working on this guy. Miss. 85% miss. I hope you had them all four of them in your mouth at the same time, Don, and you went like, then you ate them.
I will do my duty.
Tanky little bitch, aren't you?
Reduced to dust.
Game is good, full of all that delicious 40k flavor I do love so much.
I'll make it happen.
80% miss. Getting XCOM so hard.
Stop it! My precious.
Hey, don't shoot me! Fucking dickhead, what's your shooting?
Anything else?
Warp Curse Unleashed. Sure. I can't seem to move. Oh, I don't have movement points somehow. Have I been hit with something? Something has taken away my movement points and I don't know what it is.
I'll see to it personally.
Power of gun.
Rejoice in battle.
40k Stephen Fry ain't bad. Sick dodge.
My place is
Gib
at the
this
front.
guy. Twitch stream I had paused like 4 hours ago. Just someone got hosted and started playing. Scared the shit out of me.
Don't let your guard down. You
wanna
should
see
feel
this.
honored to witness this.
So this gun has a really slow fire rate, so this is only going to give me like 2 extra shots.
On it.
Oh my god, the damage.
I'll make it another
Oh
enemy
my
down.
god, the damage.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before. What are you going to do to me?
First leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract, you will undertake to serve me. Let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. Anyone on my ship gets suck.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Nice. Loot. Delicious loot.
Is there money to be made?
Look at all this. For Toby pattern las guns. And I love that there's just no carry weight in this game. It's just the best. Oh, she's just in my party right now. Her body glove. He got the Deadshot stub revolver. Got the staff of Orselio's staff. Staff of the staff. Headshot. Oh my god. That's just good shit. Alright. Save game. Lovely. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the gifted subs. And see you tomorrow for another stream, probably. We shall see. But most likely, because I like Rogue Trader. It's fun. Goodbye.